Welcome to this pronunciation course. Before we dive in and master all the English sounds, let me just explain a few things so that you can get the most out of this course. Have a look at this word. The word cough, as you can see on the screen. However, what are those symbols in orange? Well, these symbols represent the sounds, okay? So cough, the spelling has 5 letters, C-O-U-G-H. But when we actually say the word cough, there are only 3 sounds. K, O, and F. K, O, F. Make cough. So I just want to highlight this because the relationship between sound and spelling in English is sometimes a bit odd, sometimes a bit strange. But there are spelling and sound relationship patterns. So I want you to start to notice the patterns between sound and spelling. For example, C can represent the sound K, okay? But it can also represent other sounds, which we'll see later in the course. GH can represent the sound F, as you can see in the spelling cough. So just keep these patterns and relationships in mind. So the symbols that represent the sounds in English that you just saw in orange are the IPA symbols. IPA means International Phonetic Alphabet, which just means the sound alphabet. Now, these symbols are very good to learn. They will help you with your pronunciation and you'll be able to read a new word using the IPA. So during this course, in each lecture, I'll show you the symbol, the IPA symbol that represents each sound. So do your best to try and learn the different symbols which represent the different sounds of English. Now, another thing I want to highlight is that there are 26 letters in the English alphabet. But how many sounds are there in English? There are more than 40 sounds in English. What does this tell you? This tells you that each letter in the alphabet can represent more than one sound. Okay? For example, the letter C in English can represent the sound K, as in cough, but it can also represent the sound S. For example, rice, R-I-C-E, rice. So keep this in mind as well. Some letters can represent different sounds, not just one. So English doesn't have a one-to-one relationship between spelling and sound. Now, let's move on to the first sounds. See you in the next lecture. E, as in leave. Meet. Free. See. Agree. Chinese. Please. Magazine. 19. People. As in let. Pet. Head. Accept. Protect. Many. Excellent. energy, anything, bread, meet, met, seat, set, cheek, check, teen, ten, feel, fell, bean, ben. The next two vowel sounds are O, as in so, and O, as in hot. Okay, there's a clear difference between these two vowel sounds. I'm sure you noticed it. One of them, the first one, is two vowels pushed together, as we've seen before. The second sound is very, very short and very brief. So the first sound, O, O. It's just like saying the letter O in the alphabet. O. So this is two vowels squeezed together. And as we've seen before, when we have this kind of vowel, the shape of the mouth changes when you utter the sound. So first, the mouth is relaxed, and then it's rounded. Notice the shape of my mouth. O, O. So it starts relaxed, just like this, and then it turns into a rounded shape, like O, O, so, so. Okay. The second vowel, the short one, O, O. The shape of the mouth is slightly rounded, not very rounded, but slightly rounded. O, O. Hot. Very good. So the second one is very, very short, very brief. It's just a burst of air, as we've heard before in some other sounds. The air bursts out and stops. O. Okay. Now let's start with the target sound practice for O. The two sounds squeezed together. Remember the shape of the mouth. Start relaxed and then move your mouth to a rounded shape. O. As always, notice the spelling and focus on the target sound. So listen and repeat each word after me. Go, boat, follow, told, most, suppose, hello, October, window. Okay, very, very good. Now, the second target sound. Remember, very, very short. O, as in hot. Notice the spelling as well. Now, these two sounds very, very often have the O spelling in the words. So you have to be careful which one to use. After a while, you'll start to notice which words have the O sound and which ones have the O sound, the shorter vowel. But notice the spelling. As always, look at this list and repeat each word after me. Remember to keep your lips not very round, slightly round. Okay? O. O. Very good. Now, repeat each word after me. Not, box, want, sorry, popular, Washington, cough, horrible, doctor. Okay, just look at the spellings. I want to point out one thing. Usually the spelling for this sound is O, as you can see in examples like not and box. But sometimes the spelling, for example, want, really doesn't match the sound. So English, as we've seen many times, doesn't really have many fixed rules when it comes to spelling and sound relationship. So you need to be very careful which sounds you use for some spellings. So want, some people might be tempted to use the pronunciation want, which is wrong. Obviously, we know it's an O sound, want. So just keep this in mind. The relationship between spelling and sound in English is not so fixed. There's no rules, actually. So, very good. Now, let's look at the minimal pairs for this group of vowel sounds. On the left, we have the O sounds, and on the right, we have the O sounds. So listen to each pair and repeat after me. Notice the difference between the two sounds. Coat, cot. Shone, shone. Soak, sock. Phoned, fond. Note, not. Road, rod. Okay, excellent. Well done. Now, make sure you take it slowly. Don't rush these lectures and rush through every single sound in English. Take your time. That's why I broke down each lecture into 2 or 3 sounds so that you can keep focused on a small number and master these before you move on. So take your time. Don't rush through to the next lecture. Try to master each sound first and then move on. Now, let's look at the target sounds in use in a real context with a sentence. The first sentence is targeting the O sound. Remember to move your lips, start in a neutral position and finish with rounded lips. O, O. So listen and repeat after me. Joe, let's go and see a show tomorrow. Sentence 2, let's focus on the O sound, the very short vowel sound. The lips, remember, are very slightly rounded. Do not put my teapot in the box. Okay, now sentence 3 is a mix. Listen and repeat. John, please lock the safe box before you go home, okay? Okay, fantastic. As always, check out the extra resources that I've provided for you. Download them and use them to master these 2 vowel sounds. Ah, as in far. Car. Ask. Half. stars, party, Iran, marvelous, chance, farmer, air, as in hair, air, hair, chair, scary, square, everywhere, downstairs, there, pair, far, fair, pa, pair, star, stare, bar, bear, tar, tear, car, care. So welcome to this first lecture. In this lecture, we're going to focus on these two vowel sounds. A as in game and a as in and. So the first thing I'd like you to notice with these two sounds is the difference in length. A is the first sound. It's quite long. A. And the second sound, a, is very, very short. It comes out in a very short burst. A. So listen to the two words that I gave you first. A as in game and a as in and. So you can hear the difference in the length. This is because a is actually two vowels pushed together to make one sound. A becomes a, so it's a longer vowel sound than a. That's the first difference between these two sounds. The other thing I'd like you to notice is the mouth shape. A, the mouth is wide, but it's not so far open. A, game, game, a. However, the second vowel, the mouth is much further open. A. A. Can you see the mouth? It's much, much further open. A, as in and. And. So these are the two main differences between these two sounds. Now, let's head over to the target sound practice for the first sound. So the first sound, remember, is A, which is represented by E and I, as you can see on the left. These are the two symbols that represent this English sound, A. So I'd like you to look at this word list. Notice that I've highlighted in orange the part of the word where the sound appears. So notice that and repeat each word after me, focusing on the vowel sound we are targeting. So let's start. Repeat after me. Hate, mate, say, always, grey, 8, jail, great, cake. Very well done. So you can notice the sound now, it's a longer vowel sound. Also, notice the spelling that is used for this sound. The spelling is very often A, like for example, cake, C-A-K-E. This is the spelling that represents this sound. Another common spelling for A is A-Y. For example, day, D-A-Y, day. So D-A-Y, day, contains the target sound, A. So it's very simple. You need to start looking at the spelling as representing these sounds. Now let's go to the second target sound of this lecture. Remember, the second sound is much shorter and the mouth is more open. A, as in and. So let's look at the target sound practice words. Again, you can notice on the left, this is the symbol that represents the sound A. Don't worry too much about the symbols, but if you can remember them, it's very, very useful. So let's practice the target sound. Repeat each word after me again. Hat, mat, plan, bang, Athens, Saturday, Android, Africa, apple. Okay, excellent. Now, did you notice the spelling of all these words? The spelling that this sound represents is simply A. Now, A is sometimes represented by the first sound, A, as well. For example, cake, C-A-K-E, is not pronounced cack, it's pronounced cake. This is the longer vowel, but sometimes the letter A represents the shorter sound, as in hat, H-A-T, hat. So this is the shorter vowel sound that we just practiced. Now, to make the two sounds even clearer for you, so you can practice more, we're going to look at some minimal pairs. Now, what are minimal pairs? They're simply words, usually very short words, which have exactly the same sounds except for one sound. The one sound difference is going to be the two target sounds. So look at this list that I've made for you. These are called minimal pairs. On the left, you can see the words that have the A sound, the longer vowel. And on the right, you can see the words that have the shorter sound, A. And the two words are exactly the same, except for this one sound difference. For example, ape, app. These two words are the same, except for the vowel sound. So what I'd like you to do is listen to me say each pair and repeat each pair after me, so you can clearly hear the difference between these two sounds. So let's get started. Ape, app. Hate, hat. Plane, plan. Main, man. Ate, at. Kate, cat. Okay, now I hope you can really see the difference and notice the difference between these two sounds, the longer one and the much shorter one. Finally, what I like to do is look at the target sounds in use. This means simply in a sentence. So you can use the sentence and practice the target sound within a sentence rather than just saying words. So look at these sentences. The first one targets the A sound. Can you see that? I've highlighted in orange each target sound. And sentence 1 targets the A sound. So I'd like you to repeat the sentence after me. It's such a grey day today. Sentence 2 targets the shorter vowel sound, A. So repeat the sentence after me. Anne is planning to move to Amsterdam. Okay. Sentence 3 targets both sounds. So look carefully and focus on the target sounds. Repeat after me. The cake tasted absolutely fantastic. And number 4 also targets both sounds. So notice the sounds and repeat after me. The man wearing the hat looks strange. Okay, that's the end of lecture 1. Now what I'd like you to do is go to video 2 and you'll be able to see me saying all the words we practiced in this video close up. So you'll look at my mouth and be able to see the shape of my mouth as I pronounce each word. So you can model my mouth and model my pronunciation. So this is very, very helpful. Secondly, make sure you grab the PDF file which contains many, many exercises for this lecture. And lastly, most importantly, download the MP3 because the MP3 contains lots and lots of target sound use so that you can listen and you can start to really deeply understand the 2 target sounds. So grab those right now and I'll see you in the next video. O, as in so. Go. Boat. Follow. Told. Most. Suppose. Hello. October. Window. O, as in hot. Not. Box. Want. Sorry. Popular. Washington. Cough. Horrible. Doctor. Coat. Cot. Shown. Shone. Soak. Sock. Phoned. Fond. Note. Not. Road. rod. A, as in game. Hate, mate. Say, always. Grey, 8. Jail, great. Cake, as in and. Hat, mat. Plan, bang. Athens, Saturday. Android, Africa. Apple, ape, app. Hate, hat. Plane, plan. Main, man. 8, at. Kate, cat. So let's look at 2 more vowel sounds. These 2 sounds are I, as in might, and I, as in bit. So, can you notice the difference between these 2 sounds? Like the previous sounds we studied, one is long and the other is short. So the first sound, I, is long. As you noticed by the symbol, it's actually 2 vowels pushed together. I. And notice the mouth. With this vowel, we move the mouth very, very slightly. I, as in might. So the mouth is open and then it closes very, very slightly. I. Can you see that? I, as in might. Contrast that with the other sound, I. It's very, very short. Very, very short and sudden. I, as in bit. So it's super, super short. The mouth with this vowel sound, I, is quite neutral, we say, just normal. I. The mouth is not so far open, and obviously it's not closed, but it's just neutral. I. Okay? I. You don't want to open very far. I. No. Just slightly open in a neutral position. I, as in bit. So this is the difference, the main difference between the 2. The first one is long, the mouth starts wide and closes. I. And the second one is short with a neutral mouth position. I, as in bit. Now, let's look at the target sound practice for the first vowel, I. Notice the spellings. Often it's I, as in K-I-T-E, kite. IGH is sometimes appearing, for example, light. And Y is sometimes representing this sound. So let's go through this target sound practice. Listen and repeat after me focusing on the vowel sound. Kite, light, I'm, idea, ice, organize, spider, flying, bicycle. Okay, very good. So that's the first target sound practice. That was the long vowel. The second one, remember, is the much, much shorter vowel sound. It's very, very short. I. It's just a very short burst of air coming through. Remember to keep your mouth in a neutral position. I, as in bit. Let's look at the target sound practice list. The spellings that represent this sound are I, Y, and sometimes E. So let's look at this list. Repeat again after me. Hit, gym, city, pretty, interesting, India, impossible, chicken, picnic. Okay, very, very good. I hope the difference is clear now between the long one and the short one. Now, as always, we're going to go to the minimal pairs. Remember, the minimal pairs are different only in one sound, the two sounds that we are focusing on. So these minimal pairs are right here. So I is on the left and I is on the right. So listen to me say each pair and repeat after me. Eyes, is, bite, bit, height, hit, like, lick, sight, sit, wine, win. Okay, very, very good. So the difference, as you can see, mainly is the length. The length of the vowel is very, very different. As we've done in the previous videos, I've chosen a long one, a long vowel, and a short one, so you can really start to notice the different sounds in English. Let's look at the three sentences, the target sounds in use. So these are very useful because you can practice the sentences over and over again. Don't just read them once. So when you listen to me say it the first time, you can hit the rewind button and listen again and repeat again. Use these sentences to really start practicing the sound that we are targeting. So the first sentence we're targeting is the I sound. So repeat after me, focusing on the vowel sounds. It's windy, so I might try to fly the kite. Sentence 2, we're targeting the I sound, the very short vowel sound. Did you give Ricky his birthday gift? Okay, and the third one, we're doing a mixture. Michael likes riding his bike with his best friend Philip. Okay, well done. As always, make sure you look at the next video to really master the mouth shapes. Download the PDF and the MP3s. See you in the next lecture. as in sugar. Letter. About. Color. Paper. Police. Banana. Telephone. America. A camera. Drive. Driver. Way. Away. Bout. About. Let. Letter. Short. Shorter. Dress. Address. These are the two vowel sounds we're going to focus on in this lecture. R, as in far, and air, as in hair. So the first thing you noticed, I'm sure, is that the first vowel is long. Ah, far, ah. The mouth, the shape of the mouth is not too wide open, but it's not relaxed either. It's in the middle. Ah, ah. Can you see that? And the sides of the mouth are not wide. They are relaxed. Ah. On the other hand, the second vowel sound, air. Can you notice the sides of the mouth? They start wide and then they relax. Air, air, hair. Can you see this? So this is one of the differences between these two sounds. As I said, the first one is long, ah, and the second one is actually two vowels squeezed together. That's why we change the shape of our mouth when we say this second vowel. Air, air, hair. Okay. Another thing I'd like you to notice is the spelling of the example words I gave you. Far, F-A-R, is pronounced far in British English. In American English, the R at the end of the word is pronounced far. Can you hear that? This is the American pronunciation, far. But in British English, when the R comes at the end of a word, we do not pronounce it. So when the R is at the end, it just turns into a long vowel sound. In these two examples, we have far and hair. Can you hear? The R sound is not pronounced. So this is a feature of British English. Now, let's move on to the target sound practice for the first vowel sound, the long R sound. Notice the shape of the mouth again. It's not very far open and it's not relaxed. It's in the middle. Ah, ah. And the sides of the mouth are not wide. They are neutral. Ah. Okay. So let's look at the word list. As always, notice the spelling and keep an eye on the orange highlighted parts so you can really focus on the target sound. Listen and repeat after me. Car, ask, half, stars, party, Iran, marvelous, chance, farmer. Okay, and as you can see, look at the spelling. Notice there are many, many examples of AR, car, stars, and party, for example. And the R sound in these words is unpronounced. Okay, we do not pronounce the R sound. The rule is when the R sound comes before a consonant, we do not pronounce it in British English, or if it comes at the end of a word, like car. It just turns into a long vowel sound. So yeah, again, notice the spelling as always. Keep an eye on this so that you can start to recognize some patterns in the relationship between spelling and sound. Okay, this is very, very important for pronunciation. Now, let's move on to the second vowel target sound practice. Remember, this vowel is two vowels squeezed together. So the shape of the mouth changes slightly in the middle of the sound. Air, air. So notice it's wide and then it's relaxed. Air, air. Okay, hair. Let's look at the target sound practice list. Notice the spelling as always. In this one, you can see many, many examples of R, which is actually unpronounced, as I mentioned before. So, listen and repeat after me. Air, hair, chair, scary, square, everywhere, downstairs, there, pair. Okay, fantastic, well done. Again, notice many, many examples of R, which is unpronounced. Okay, the R sound is unpronounced in these positions. Sometimes we pronounce it in British English. If the R is at the beginning of a word, we pronounce it. For example, run. Of course, we pronounce the R sound in this position. If the R sound is before a vowel in the sounds, we pronounce it. For example, from, F-R-O-M. O is a vowel sound and R comes before it, so we pronounce the R, from. However, if the R comes before a consonant sound, we do not pronounce it. Or if the R comes at the end of a word, we do not pronounce it. It simply turns into a vowel sound in British English. This is a main feature of British English, the real difference between American and British accents. Now, this is a key part. Let's look at the minimal pairs for R and air, so you can really start to distinguish between the two sounds. So on the left we have R, and on the right we have air. So listen to the pairs and repeat after me. Far, fair. Pa, pair. Star, stare. Bar, bear. Tar, tear. Car, care. Okay, I hope that's helped you a lot in really distinguishing between these two sounds. It takes some time to start to notice when you use these sounds, especially with the R sound. When we drop it in British English, sometimes it's difficult to know when to drop it, when to pronounce it. But after practice, and when you start to notice the spelling rules, you will master these rules, okay? You'll master when to pronounce the R and when not to pronounce it, when to just use a long vowel sound, for example. So let's look at the target sounds in use now. Look at these sentences. As always, repeat after me, model my voice, and try to focus on the target sounds. So sentence 1, we're focusing on the long R vowel sound. Mark's new car is so fast. It's marvelous. Sentence 2, we're focusing on air. Where's Claire? She promised to cut my hair. Okay, and sentence 3 is a mix of the two target sounds. There's a tear in this chair. Ask Arthur to repair it this afternoon. Okay, that last one was a bit of a challenge, but if you want to keep practicing, just hit the rewind button. And also, as always, the MP3 is very, very important to keep listening to, because you can put the MP3 on your phone or on your MP3 player and you can listen anywhere. So make sure you download that. See you in the next lecture. Here are the next two vowel sounds we're going to target. E as in leave, and E as in let. So the first thing you may have noticed about these two sounds is that the first one is long and the second one is short. So the first vowel, E, as in leave. You can hear it's longer than normal. E, E. Look at the shape of the mouth. It's wide. So when we utter this sound, your mouth should be widened. E, leave. Okay? Now compare that with the short one. E. You can hear it's very, very short. E, E. However, it's similar in that the shape of the mouth is also wide. E, let. Can you see the mouth? E, E. It's quite wide, similar to the first sound. E, 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 E. So the shape of the mouth is very similar. The difference is one is long, the other is very, very short. Now let's go to the target sound practice for the first sound, E, the long vowel sound. Look at the symbol on the left. So you can notice that the symbol is the letter I with a colon, the two dots. Now the two dots in the IPA alphabet, which is the pronunciation alphabet, means that it's a long sound. So the two dots represent a long sound. E. So I'd like you to listen and repeat each word after me. Meet. Free. See. Agree. Chinese. Please. Magazine. 19. People. Okay, did you notice the spelling? Make sure you start to notice the patterns in the spelling between the different sounds. This sound, E, the long vowel sound, very often has the spelling EE. For example, free, F-R-E-E, or seen, S-E-E-N. So just start to notice some of these spelling patterns, because some of the patterns are very often represented by the same sound. Not always, but very often. So just keep this in mind. Now let's move on to the second target sound practice. We're going to focus on the short vowel, E. Remember, this is much, much shorter than the first sound. The mouth is wide, just like the first sound, but it's much shorter. E. It's just a burst of air. E, as in let. So let's look at the target sound practice word list. So notice the symbol on the left. It's simply the letter E. This symbol represents the sound E in English. Okay? It's different from the alphabet. Don't forget this. The alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, is just how we spell words. The symbol on the left is E, but this is representing a sound, not a spelling. Okay? Just keep this in mind. So listen and repeat after me. Pet, head, accept, protect, many, excellent, energy, anything, bread. So did you notice the spelling? Very often for the sound E, we have the letter E representing it. For example, pet, P-E-T, pet. Sometimes we have the letter A representing this sound. For example, many, M-A-N-Y, many. But sometimes it's different. The letter A can also represent other sounds. Okay? So just start to notice that the spelling in English doesn't always represent the same sound. Okay? There are different sounds that can be represented by the same spelling. Now, this is an important part of these lectures, the minimal pairs. Let's move on to the minimal pairs for E and E. This will really start to help you distinguish the difference between the two sounds. So we have E on the left and E on the right. Listen to each pair and repeat them after me. Meet, met. Seat, set. Cheek, check. Teen, 10. Feel, fell. Bean, ben. Right, I hope that has helped you to distinguish the two sounds. Remember, when we're doing these exercises, you can always pause the video to repeat after me, and you can always go back again. Don't just complete the exercises once. You can do it 2, 3, 4 times, as many times as you wish, so that you can really start to master the sounds, both in listening and speaking. Okay, so it's important also when you're learning pronunciation to really master the listening part of the sounds as well as the pronunciation itself. Let's move on now to the sentences, a very important part as well, because when you utter the sentence with the target sound, you're using it in context as well. Let's practice. So here are the target sounds in use. The first sentence is targeting the long vowel, E. Okay? Listen and repeat after me, focusing on the target sound. Can you see the beautiful green leaves? Okay, well done. The second sentence is targeting the second sound, the shorter sound. Remember, the mouth is wide, but the sound is much, much shorter. Eh. So listen and repeat. The weather is getting better and better. And sentence 3 has a mix of the two sounds. Again, listen and repeat. Have you ever been to Greece? It's an excellent place to see real history. So there we go. Remember now, don't stop there. You can go back, practice these exercises again and again, but also move on to the extra resources that I provided for you. Download the MP3s, the PDFs as well, and watch the extra video so that you can see the shape of the mouth close up and you can really start to mimic how I produce the sound myself. But importantly, I think most importantly, are the MP3s, because with the MP3s you can listen again and again and again, and you can repeat after me. Then you can really start to master the sound and improve day by day. So grab them right now and I'll see you in the next lecture. I, as in might. Kite. Light. I'm. Idea. Ice. Organize. Spider. Flying. Bicycle. I, as in bit. Hit. Gym. City. Pretty. Interesting. India. Impossible. Chicken. Picnic. Eyes. Is. Bite. Bit. Height. Hit. Like. Lick. Sight. Sit. Wine. Win. The next two sounds are these two vowel sounds. Oi, as in boy, and ow, as in cow. So these two vowel sounds are both two vowels squeezed together. As we've seen before, when we make these sounds, the shape of our lips and mouth changes in the middle of the sound. So the first sound, oi, oi, as in boy. Look at the shape of my mouth and notice how it changes. Oi, oi. It starts round and it finishes slightly wide. Oi, oi. Can you see that? Boy. The second vowel, on the other hand, starts like this. Ah, ah, ow. So it starts quite wide and it finishes round. Ow, ow, cow, cow. So it finishes with the lips rounded. So the first one, boy. The second one, cow. Now, let's look at the target sound practice for the first vowel. Oi, oi. Remember, oi starts rounded and finishes slightly wide on the mouth. Oi. So listen and repeat each word after me. Boy, enjoy, annoy, boiling, royal, noisy, employer, appointment, coins. Okay, very well done. That was the first vowel sound. Now the second one, ow, ow. This sounds just like when we hurt ourselves, we say ow. It's exactly the same sound, ow. For example, ow, I hurt my knee. Or ow, you banged my finger. Ow, as in cow. So notice the shape again. Ow. Starts wide and finishes rounded. Ow. Let's look at the target sound practice words for this sound. Listen and repeat each word after me. Now, south, round, town, pronounce, shout, houses, brown, mountains. Okay, fantastic. So the shape of the mouth is important with these two vowel sounds. Remember, in the next video, you can see a close-up of my mouth making the sounds. So if they are a little difficult, don't worry, move on to the next video once you finish this and notice the shape of the mouth. Look very closely and start to mimic how I shape my mouth when I produce these sounds. Let's look at the minimal pairs. This will make the two sounds a lot clearer for you. So on the left we have the words containing oi, and on the right we have the words containing ow. So listen to each pair and repeat them after me. Boy, bow. Coy, cow. Lloyd, loud. Roy, row. Boils, bowels. Oil, owl. Okay, well done. Fantastic. Finally, let's look at the target sound in use. Remember, use these sentences to really start to practice the sound in use. It's good to read the word list and listen to the word list, but when you have the sound in use, it's a lot more natural. Okay, you can speak at a natural speed and you can combine it with other sounds as well. So use these sentences for practicing the target sounds. So sentence 1, we're focusing on the oi sound. Listen and repeat. The boy lost his toys and got very annoyed. Sentence 2, we're focusing on the ow sound. These brown cows make really loud sounds. Okay, and sentence 3 is a mix of the two target sounds. Roy found some old round coins while we were walking down the mountain. Okay, fantastic. Well done. As always, download the extra resources. Take your time when mastering the target sounds. Always notice the spelling, as I've said before. This is very, very important. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Oi, as in boy. Boy. Enjoy. Annoy. Boiling. Royal. Noisy. Employer. Appointment. Coins. Ow, as in cow. Now. South. Round. Town. Pronounce. Shout. Houses. Brown. Mountains. Boy. Bow. Coy. Cow. Lloyd. Loud. Roy. Row. Boils. Bowels. Oil. Owl. The two target sounds in this lecture are as in girl, and or, as in short. So these two vowel sounds are both long vowel sounds. They're both long. Listen to the first sound. it's quite long, as you can hear. Now, notice the shape of the mouth. The first one, the mouth is quite relaxed. It's not far open, it's not wide, it's not rounded, it's relaxed. As in girl, girl, Okay. However, the second sound, or. Notice the shape of my mouth. Can you see? What shape is it? Or, as in shorts. Or. The mouth and the lips are rounded. This is very important for producing this sound, the second sound. Or. So look at the shape of my mouth again for both sounds. Girl, and or, shorts. Okay, very important to produce the right shape for making the sounds. Now, let's look at the target sound practice. Let me point something out before we start this. And or very often produce sounds for the R sound, the R letter in English. For example, short, S-H-O-R-T. Again, we looked at the letter R in a previous lecture, and in some cases in British English, the R is not pronounced. These two vowel sounds replace the R sound in many, many words. The first vowel sound, girl. The R in girl is not pronounced. In the second vowel sound, or, shorts. The R in shorts is not pronounced either. Again, this is British English. In American English, the R is pronounced in these cases. But in British English, we simply use a long vowel sound instead of pronouncing the R. When you look at this word list, which is here right now, you'll notice many, many R letters in the words. And these are unpronounced, okay? They're not pronounced. Instead, we use this long vowel sound. So listen and repeat after me. Fur, turn, work, burned, heard, return, purple, thirsty, world. Okay, well done. Again, make sure you look at the spelling. This is key. Lots of those spellings contained the R sound, but in all the cases, the R is unpronounced because the R comes before a consonant, okay, a consonant sound. Or it comes at the end of a word, like fur, F-U-R, fur, okay? So start to notice these patterns between the relationship of spelling and sound. Now, let's look at the second target sound. The sound is or. Remember the shape of the mouth? The lips are very, very rounded. Or, and it's a long sound. So let's start. Look at the words and repeat after me. Walk, for, pour, ball, sport, daughter, morning, reporter, water. Okay, well done. Did you notice the spellings in that word list? the spellings were actually not very regular. There are many, many kinds of spellings representing the sound or. For example, walk, W-A-L-K, and for, F-O-U-R. Remember, the R at the end in English, in British English, is unpronounced. Another spelling, P-A-W, paw. So for this particular sound, there are many, many different spellings. There's no real pattern. Sometimes, very often, we have O-R. For example, F-O-R, for, or morning, M-O-R-N-I-N-G. But apart from this rule, there are many, many different spellings for this sound. So just be aware of that. Now let's look at the minimal pairs for these two sounds. Is on the left and or is on the right. So listen to each pair and repeat. Shirts, shorts. Fur, for. Turn, torn. Burn, born. Herd, hoard. Working, walking. Okay, well done. Excellent. I hope the sounds now are much clearer for you. Remember the first one, the mouth is relaxed. The second one, or, the mouth is rounded. Let's look at the target sounds in use now. The first sentence, we're focusing on the sound. Listen and repeat. The girl is working very early tomorrow. And sentence 2. My 4-year-old daughter, Laura, is talkative. And the third sentence with a mix of the two sounds. At 4 o'clock, let's go for a walk to see the early birds eating the worms. Okay, well done. Fantastic. Remember, as always, download the resources and I'll see you in the next lecture. As in girl. Fur. Turn. Work. Burned. Heard. Return. Purple. Thirsty. World. Or, as in short. Walk. For. Pour. Ball. Sport. Daughter. Morning. Reporter. Water. Shirts. Shorts. Fur. For. turn, torn, burn, born, herd, hoard, working, walking. Here are the next two vowel sounds we're going to target. As in pull, and as in pool. So it's important we target these two vowels because for some people they sound very, very similar. However, there are some big differences between the two sounds. As you might have noticed from the symbols, the second one is long and the first one is short. So the first one, extremely short, as in pull. Notice the shape of the lips, they're quite rounded, not very rounded, but quite rounded. As in pull. Now the second vowel sound is long, much, much longer. As in pool. The lips are very rounded. Pool. Can you see that? So that's the difference between the two. The first one, slightly rounded lips. The second one, very rounded lips. And the first one is very short. The second one, long. And So that's the difference between these two vowel sounds. Now let's jump to the target sound practice for the first vowel, So notice the spelling and let's focus on the highlighted orange part so you can really master this sound. Listen to each word and repeat. Full, good, foot, would, pushed, book, could, bush, wolf. Okay, fantastic. Now let's move on to the second list of target sound practice words. The second vowel, remember, is long. Notice the shape of the lips. Very, very rounded. So make sure you have nice rounded lips when you pronounce these words. So let's start. Repeat after me. Pool, cool, school, chew, blue, soup, afternoon, student, computer. Very well done. Now, this is the important part, the minimal pairs. As I said before, many people find it a little difficult to distinguish between these two sounds. The minimal pairs should clear up any confusion for you. The minimal pairs, as I mentioned before, are exactly the same sounds except for one sound, the two target sounds that we are targeting. So, on the left, we have words containing the sound, the very short vowel sound. And on the right, we have the words containing the sound, the long vowel sound. So listen to each pair and repeat after me, focusing on the target sounds. Full, fool. Look, Luke. Could, cooed. Would, wooed. Hood, hooed. Pull, pool. Okay, I hope that's cleared up any confusion that you might have had between the two target sounds. Don't forget, this lesson is just to get your awareness up of these sounds. To really start to master the sounds, use the extra resources that I give to you. This is all part of the package to help you master the British English pronunciation. The PDFs, the MP3s, they're all helpful. Okay, now let's look at the last part of this lecture, the target sounds in use. Sentence number 1, we're looking at the sound, the very short vowel sound. Listen and repeat. Could you please put the books back? Now, sentence 2, we're looking at the oo sound. Students can use the computers for 2 hours. Very good. Now, the last sentence, we have a mix of the two target sounds. Luke, let's play computer games at noon. Then later, cook some good food. Okay, fantastic. See you in the next lecture. As in pull, full, good, foot, would, pushed, book, could, bush, wolf, oo, as in pool, pool, cool, school, chew, blue, soup, afternoon, student, computer, full, fool, look, Luke, could, cooed, would, wooed, hood, hooed, pull, pool. So the next two vowel sounds are as in but, and ear, as in ear. So, these two sounds are different in that the first one is very, very short. As in but. Notice the shape of my mouth. The position is very relaxed and neutral. Not wide, not open, not rounded, just neutral. As in but. On the other hand, ear is two vowels pushed together. We call this a diphthong. Two vowels squeezed together, like we've seen before. Ear. It starts with the mouth wide and ends with the mouth in a relaxed position. Ear. Ear. As in ear. So it's the same sound as the word ear. Notice that also ear, the word ear, E-A-R, ends in an R sound. And this is another vowel which we use in British English to replace the R sound. In American English, this ear would be pronounced ear. They pronounce the R at the end. But as I mentioned in some previous lectures, when the R sound comes at the end of a word, in British English, we don't pronounce it. We replace it with a vowel sound. So, and ear. These are the two sounds. Let's look at the first sound target practice words. Remember, your mouth is in a neutral position and it's very, very short. So let's look at the words and repeat them after me. But, shut, money, touch, wonderful, brother, hungry, understand, London. Okay, very, very good. Now, the second vowel sound, ear. Remember, it sounds just like the word ear. It's two vowels squeezed together. Ear. The mouth starts wide and ends in a neutral position. Ear. Ear. So let's look at the target sound practice words for this sound. So listen and repeat after me. Ear, year, beard, cheering, idea, nearly, disappear, Shakespeare, beer. So the difference between these two sounds is quite clear. We have a short one and another one which is two vowels pushed together. Now, let's look at the minimal pairs. Even though the difference is quite easy to distinguish, the minimal pairs will further help you to practice and master these two vowel sounds. So on the left we have the words containing a, and on the right we have the words containing ear. So let's start. Listen to the pairs and repeat after me. Does, dears, worry, weary, bud, beard, fuss, fierce, stud, steered, buzz, beers, Well done. Now, let's move on to the last section of this lecture, the target sounds in use. The first sentence contains the sounds in many of the words. So listen to the sentence and repeat it after me, focusing on the target sounds. I had just enough money for the bus. Okay, sentence 2, we're focusing on the sound ear. So listen again and repeat. We are going to buy some beer and say cheers. Okay, and sentence number 3, a mixture of the two sounds. This year has been really fun, but one thing I haven't done yet is visit Nigeria. Okay, fantastic, well done. Now, as always, grab the extra resources that I provided for you to master these 2 vowel sounds. See you in the next lecture, which is the last lecture for the section on vowels. As in but. But. Shut. Money. Touch. Wonderful. Brother. Hungry. Understand. London. Ear, as in ear. Ear. Year. Beard. Cheering. Idea. Nearly. Disappear. Shakespeare. Beer. Does. Dears. Worry. Weary. Bud. Beard. Fuss. Fierce. Stud. Steered. Buzz. Beers. So we're on to the final vowel sound. This lecture is concentrating on one sound only, and the sound is as in sugar. Okay, this is an extremely important sound in English, perhaps the most important, because it's the most common sound in English. It's the one that appears most frequently. It's the sound It's a very short, simple sound, but it appears so often. So let me first of all focus on the shape of the mouth. What do you notice about the shape? It's just neutral. No rounded lips, no wide mouth, no open mouth. It's just neutral. As in sugar. Okay? Now, the second thing I want you to really pay attention to is where the sound appears in words. Now, the word sugar contains 2 syllables. This means 2 beats. Sugar, sugar. Now, one of these syllables is stressed. The other syllable is unstressed. Which syllable do you think is unstressed? Sugar, sugar. It's the second syllable. And in the second syllable, we have the sound the target sound. Sugar, sugar. So this sound that we're focusing on in this lecture always appears in an unstressed part of a word. Not every word, but many, many words. So when the part of the word is unstressed, this could appear. Okay? Also, when we have words in English sentences that are unstressed, this sound very often appears. For example, the word the, T-H-E, the. This sound appears in that word, the. The. Can you hear? As in the. So the is very often unstressed when we say a sentence in English. For example, the boy went to the shop. The boy. The is very unstressed. We don't put emphasis on it. So whenever words don't have emphasis, whenever they're unstressed, very often we have this target sound, So let's look at the word list and it will become much, much clearer for you to grasp. So as you can see, we have the word list, the target sound practice word list, and I've highlighted all the areas where this sound appears. And also notice every section of the word where the sound appears is unstressed. Okay, keep this in mind. It's the unstressed part of the word. So let's start practicing this sound. Remember, the sound is and the mouth is in a neutral position. So listen and repeat. Letter, about, color, paper, police, banana, telephone, America, a camera. Okay, I hope that's cleared it up for you a little bit. If it's still a little difficult, don't worry. We have more practice to come. This is probably the most challenging sound in English because it's so short and it appears everywhere, but it's very difficult to really hear and to master this sound. But don't worry, we have more practice. By the end of this, and once you've downloaded the extra resources, you will have mastered this sound. It's a very important sound. So now we're going to go to the minimal pairs. This will really help you to master the sound. So on the left we have words that don't contain the sound and on the right we have words that contain the target sound So they're basically the same words except the words on the right have an extra sound, which is the target sound. So listen to each pair and repeat after me. Drive, driver. Way, away. Bout, about. let, letter. Short, shorter. Dress, address. So I hope that's made it a bit clearer for you. Go back and practice the minimal pairs again and really start to understand this sound because it's so short and so quick. It takes time for the ears to really grasp it. Now, this section is also very important, the target sound in use. So let's look at the first sentence. Every sentence we're focusing on contains the sound as I've highlighted in each sentence. So, sentence 1, listen and repeat after me. This is the best burger I've ever eaten. Okay, sentence 2. Listen and repeat. I'm going to America in April with Robert. Very good. And the last sentence. The scenery and the towns in Canada were amazingly beautiful. Okay, don't worry if it's very difficult for now to really grasp this sound. Just start to notice it and download the PDF, which will help you take your understanding to the next level. And the MP3 will really help you master the sound. So the MP3 is key because you need to get more and more exposure to this sound to really master it. So listen to the MP3s as many times as you can. This way you'll train your ears to really notice the sound. So this is the last vowel sound. Please try to master it before you move on to the next section. The next section of this course is, of course, the consonants. Very important sounds in English. The consonants are coming next. So master this sound and I'll see you in the next section. The two consonant sounds we're targeting in this lecture are the sounds j as in joke and ch as in choke. So these two sounds use the same part of the mouth as we've seen before. The difference is one is voiced, one is unvoiced, as we've also seen before. So the first sound, j, j. Look at the shape of my mouth, j. The lips are coming out again, j. Not exactly rounded, but they're being pushed out, j, j, joke. Okay? And when you make the sound, notice what's happening inside your mouth with your tongue, okay? J, j. So your tongue, first of all, is pushing up and blocking air, okay? Then suddenly your tongue is pulling down and releasing the burst of air. So that's how this sound is made. J, j. So you're building up air pressure and then suddenly the tongue drops and the pressure is released. Okay? J. And this sound is voiced. J. Okay? Joke. J. The second sound uses exactly the same process. Ch. Ch. But it's unvoiced. Okay? So the lips are the same shape, exactly the same. Ch. Can you see that? And the tongue is also pushed up, building air pressure, then suddenly it's dropped to release the pressure. Ch. Choke. Ch. but it's unvoiced. Okay, test it for yourself. Ch, ch. There's no voice. Okay, that's the main difference between the two. So remember the shape of the lips, they protrude out, and the tongue is first pushed up towards the front of the mouth, and then you suddenly pull the tongue down to release the pressure. Okay, now let's look at the target sound practice for these sounds. Let's look at the j sound first. So listen, repeat after me. As always, notice the spelling. Joe, Jeep, George, ridge, edge, dangerous, village, large, juice. Now, let's look at the second sound. Ch. Okay, remember the same process, except this is unvoiced. Okay, don't use the vocal cords when producing the sound ch. Okay, so listen, repeat after me once more. Chip, chair, chicken, champion, kitchen, teacher, watch, catch, chess. Okay, very, very well done. If you don't have these particular sounds in your language, remember to go back, practice the exercises again until you really start to master the sounds. Now, let's look at the minimal pairs for these two sounds. On the left we have j, and on the right we have ch. Remember, the left sounds are voiced, the ones on the right are unvoiced. So let's begin. Listen to the pairs and repeat. Jane, chain. Joke, choke. Jill, chill. Ridge, rich. Edge, etch. Jeep, cheap. Okay, well done. Now, let's look at the target sounds in use in a sentence so we can practice it when we're talking and using other words together. So, sentence 1, we're focusing on the j sound, the voiced sound. Jack gave Jane a large jug of orange juice. Sentence 2, we're focusing on the unvoiced sound, ch. Charlie is the chess champion of China. And sentence 3, a mix of the two sounds. This French cheese is just amazing, and this Belgian chocolate is gorgeous. Okay, well done. Don't forget to look at the video of the close-up of my mouth so you can see the shape. Okay, so that you can produce the sounds much more clearly. F, as in fan, few, for, laugh, 50, comfortable, helpful, photograph, Finland, flowers. V, as in very, very, vote, save, have, leave, lovely, village, Venice, violin, few, view, safe, save, fine, vine, fast, vast, ferry, very, fan, van, j, as in joke, Joe, Jeep, George, ridge, edge, dangerous, village, large, juice, ch, as in choke, chip, chair, chicken, champion, kitchen, teacher, watch, catch, chess, Jane, chain, joke, choke, Jill, chill, ridge, rich, edge, etch, jeep, cheap. Okay, these are the two consonant sounds we're going to focus on first. It's s as in Sue and z as in zoo. Okay, so these two sounds are similar, but of course they're different. Now, why are they similar? Because the position of the tongue in the mouth is exactly the same in both sounds. The only difference between the two sounds is that one of them is voiced and one of them is unvoiced. Now, what does this mean? Okay, the S sound, the S sound. I'd like you to make the sound S, like a snake. S, and just touch your throat as you make the sound. S, S. You cannot feel any vibration from your throat. But if you touch your throat and talk naturally, like I'm doing now, you can feel a vibration in your throat. Now, this vibration is your voice making a sound. Okay? So the S sound, S, is unvoiced because there's no vibration. However, the Z sound is voiced. Try making the Z sound like a bee buzzing and touch your throat again. Z. Now you can feel a vibration when you make the sound Z. That is the only difference between the two sounds. And if you don't believe me, switch between the two sounds. You can feel the difference in the voiced and the unvoiced sound. So unvoiced is S, the first sound. Voiced is Z, the second sound. So su, zu. This is the big difference between the two sounds. Now, look at the shape of the lips. S, s. The lips are neutral. S. And we're actually using the inside of our mouth, our tongue, to make the sound. So the air pushes through and makes the S sound. Now, let's look at the word list for S. Listen as always and repeat each word after me. Stop. Sister. Socks. Rice. Peace. Exciting. Smallest. 6. Spaghetti. Did you notice the spellings? Very often it's the S sound, the S spelling, of course, in English. However, sometimes we spell the words with a C. So sometimes, like for example, rice, R-I-C-E, the sound is S, rice. Now, another spelling you may have noticed is X, X. Now, X contains the S sound because the letter X actually represents the K sound and the S sound pushed together. So if you can hear S-I-X, you can listen to the S sound, 6, 6. So the X actually contains the S sound as well, very often in English spelling. So keep that in mind. Now, let's look at the next sound, the Z sound, which is represented by the letter Z. Z. Remember, this is the voiced sound. The position of your tongue and your mouth is exactly the same. The only difference is it's voiced. So let's have a look at the target sound practice list. Listen as always and repeat. Zoo. Ears. Was. please, buzz, New Zealand, doesn't, animals, scissors. Okay, fantastic. Now, in the spelling, I hope you noticed there's, of course, lots of Z word letters. For example, zoo, Z-O-O. But there's also many examples of S, isn't there? Now, the S letter in English can be sounded like S or Z. It depends on the word. Sometimes it's S and sometimes it's Z. At the end of a word, when the Z sound is appropriate, for example, ears, E-A-R-S, ears, the Z sound is not so strong like it is at the beginning. So listen to the difference. Zoo, ears. So the Z sound at the beginning and the end of a word is very slightly different. At the beginning, it's stronger, zoo. It's much easier to hear, zoo. But when the Z sound is at the end of a word, Z, ears, ears. It's not as forceful, not as strong. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, let's move on to the minimal pairs. This is really going to help you notice the difference between the two sounds. On the left, we have the S sound, and on the right, we have the Z sound. So listen and repeat. Bus, buzz. Peace, peas. Ice, eyes. Sip, zip. Sue, zoo. Price, prize. I hope that's opened your eyes to the difference between the two sounds. Let's move on to the target sounds in use. The first sentence contains many examples of the S sound. So listen and repeat after me. Sam saw 6 scary snakes at the pet store. Well done. The second sentence contains examples of the Z sound. Remember, even though the spelling is S, sometimes we pronounce it with a Z sound. So listen and repeat after me. Thousands of busy bees buzz around flowers. Okay, and sentence 3 contains a mix of the two sounds. Listen and repeat. The zoo we visited was fantastic. We saw zebras, kangaroos, elephants, and skunks. Okay, that completes the first consonant lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture. Before you jump ahead, make sure you look at the next video and download the PDF and MP3s. The next two consonant sounds are L, as in low, and R, as in row. So these two consonant sounds cause some speakers of English many problems, because sometimes these sounds don't appear in other languages. So it's difficult for some people to produce the sounds, or in some languages these sounds are very similar. They're like the same sound. So we have to know how to distinguish between the two in English. And I'll show you exactly how to do that right now. So the first sound, L, low, L. The first thing you need to notice is the shape of the mouth, L, L. The lips are in a neutral position, not pushed out, not rounded, not too wide, just neutral. L, low, L, L. The second thing you need to know is the position of the tongue. This is key. So when you pronounce the L sound, the tongue is just behind your front teeth. So it's behind the front teeth, touching the top of the mouth. Okay, so I'd like you to make the sound and feel your tongue in your mouth, touching the back of your front teeth. L, L. Okay, so it should be not touching your teeth, just above your teeth. Okay, at the top of your mouth. L, low, L. Okay, very good. And this is also a voiced sound. Okay, so you're using your voice to make the sound. Now let's move on to the second sound. R, row, R. This is also voiced. Okay, so these are both voiced sounds, but there's a big difference with the second sound, R, as in row. The shape of the mouth is the first big difference. Look at my mouth. R, R. The mouth is not rounded, but the lips are pushed out from the mouth. R, R. Okay? And the shape, the position of the tongue is also very different. The tongue is not near the back of your teeth like the first sound. The tongue should be curled back like my finger. Okay? So it's curled back inside your mouth. And then you're pushing the air through the sides of your tongue. Okay? So feel your position of your tongue when you're making the sound. R, R, row, R. So the tongue should be curled up like this, okay, at the back of the mouth. R, row, okay. So remember, the first sound, L, L. The mouth, neutral position, the tongue towards the back of the teeth. And the second sound, R. The lips pushed out and the tongue curled back. R. So, low, row. Okay? Those are the big differences between the two sounds. Now, let's start with the target sound practice for L, low, L. Look at these words and repeat them after me, focusing on the shape of your mouth and the position of your tongue. Remember, position your tongue just above the back of your teeth. So let's start. Lie, long, silent, slow, collect, calendar, Brazil, beautiful, gentleman. Okay, well done. Remember, take your time with these sounds. If you like, go back and practice again, focusing on the shape of your mouth and the position of your tongue. Now let's move to the second sound target practice. Now, this sound R. Remember the lip shape? R. The lips are pushed out and the tongue is curled back further, okay? The tongue goes much further back with this sound, okay? The tongue is like this shape in your mouth, okay? If you can imagine the shape of your tongue, it goes back like this. R. So let's start. Repeat after me again. Rain. Right. Road. Fry. Grass. Pretty. Europe. Restaurant. Australia. Now, I hope you can start to feel the difference between the two sounds. Let's look at the minimal pairs now. This should make everything much, much clearer for you. So look at the list. On the left, we have the L sound, and on the right, we have the R sound. Don't forget the shape of your mouth and the position of your tongue when you utter these words. Focus on the sound. So listen and repeat. Long, wrong. Play, pray. Lay, ray. Fly, fry. Glow, grow. Pilot, pirate. I hope you could really hear the difference between those two sounds now, and I hope you can produce some difference in the two sounds as well. Now, let's move on to the target sounds in use. Let's look at these sentences, concentrating on each target sound. So sentence 1 we're looking at is the L sound target. Listen and repeat. Linda likes Alan, but Alan loves another lady. Okay, and sentence 2. Ryan enjoys writing scary stories for friends. Excellent. Now, sentence 3, a mix of the two sounds. Lots of people visit Paris to see the Eiffel Tower. It's a romantic and relaxing place. So as always, make sure you download the extra resources that I provide, and make sure you look at the video where I really show you how to shape your mouth. So there's a video of me close up. You'll see the position of my lips and the way I make the sound. Focus on this video if you're having any trouble with these sounds. S, as in Sue. Stop. Sister. Socks. Rice. Peace. Exciting. Smallest. 6. Spaghetti. Z, as in zoo. Zoo. Ears. Was. Please. Buzz. New Zealand. Doesn't. Animals. Scissors. Bus. Buzz. Peace. Peas. Ice. Eyes. Sip. Zip. Sue. Zoo. Price. Prize. Here are the next consonant sounds we're going to target. As in he. W, as in we. And y, as in yes. So in this lecture, we're targeting 3 consonant sounds. The first thing I want you to notice is that one of the sounds is unvoiced, 2 of the sounds are voiced. Which one is unvoiced? Have a listen. W, y. That's right, it's the first sound. The first sound is unvoiced. Put your hand over your throat. So it's just air coming out of your mouth. That's it. We don't use our voice. The other 2 sounds, however, use your voice. Okay? Use the vocal cords to produce a sound. W, as in we. And y, as in yes. So that's the first difference I'd like you to notice. Now, how do we actually make these sounds? How can you accurately produce them? The first sound, the unvoiced sound. This is a simple one. All we do is we lift our tongue slightly and we reduce the gap in our throat so that we can make a noise as the air passes through. Can you hear that? You have a go. As in he. Okay, so that's quite a simple one. You simply make a narrow gap at the back of your throat to push the air through so it makes a sound. Remember, it's unvoiced. The second sound is slightly more complex. W, as in we. It has 2 actions with the shape of the lips. So notice my lips. W, w. They start very, very rounded and then they become relaxed, which means neutral. W. Can you see that? So it changes during the course of the sound. W, as in we or went. Okay, so practice that. W, w. And the third sound, y, as in yes. This sound is produced by, first of all, lifting the back of the tongue up. So you're pushing the air around the back of your tongue. Y, y. And secondly, on the second part of the sound, you're slightly lowering your jaw, your lower jaw. You're pulling it down very slightly. So look at me and notice. Y, y, as in yes. So that is how you produce these 3 consonant sounds. Now, let's move on to the target sound practice for the first consonant, the unvoiced sound. Let's have a look and notice that it's always the letter H. So it's quite simple. This sound is always represented by the letter H. So here we have the target sound practice list. Listen and repeat each word after me. He, how, hand, happy, behind, horrible, hotel, horse, hospital. If you don't have the sound in your language, it's sometimes difficult at first to produce the sound at the beginning of a word. For example, house or hate. So you need to try to really force the sound out. And in some languages, the H at the beginning of a word isn't pronounced. But in English, it's always pronounced. Okay? So you need to really force yourself to push the air out of your mouth, because the sound is a pretty quiet sound. It's just air coming out of the mouth. So you really need to try and force the air out at the beginning until it becomes more natural for you. Okay, now let's go to the second sound target practice. Remember, the second sound, W, is a voiced sound. Start with very rounded lips, W, W, and finish with relaxed lips, W, as in we. So let's have a look at the list. Listen to each word and repeat once again. Win, wine, water, swim, sweet, quickly, quiet, question, tower. So did you notice the spellings? Very often the W sound is represented by W, but it's also represented by QU. So the U sound in the QU spelling combination represents the W sound. For example, question. Can you hear that? So QU in English, the sounds we make are actually K, as in cat, and W, as in we. So question, question, or quiet. So the W sound is represented by U in the QU spelling combination. So keep that in mind. Don't forget to produce the W sound when you see QU. Now the next target sound practice, the Y sound. Remember, this is also voiced. Use the back of your tongue, push it up in your mouth, Y, and then slightly lower your jaw on the second part of the sound. Y, Y, as in yes. So let's look at the word list. Notice on the left the symbol of this sound, Y. The symbol is, strangely, a J. Don't be confused by this. It doesn't represent the J sound. This represents the Y sound. This is the IPA symbol for this sound. So don't be confused by this. It represents this sound, y. So listen and repeat once again. Yes. Yellow. Yesterday. University. Student. Tube. Uniform. Europe. New York. There we go. So the spelling for this sound is very often Y. For example, yes. Y, as in yes, or yellow. But sometimes it's also U. For example, university. The sound is at the beginning of this word. Y, y, university. And it can also be in the middle of a word. When it's represented by the U spelling, it can be in the middle. For example, tube, T-U-B-E, tube. So after the T sound, the T sound, we produce the Y sound. Listen again, tube or student. So this is also represented by U very, very often. Now, let's jump on to the minimal pairs. We're going to do 2 sets of minimal pairs because we have 3 sounds. The first set we're going to target are the sounds H and W. So listen to each pair and repeat them after me. Hurry, worry. Hot, what? Hate, wait. Hell, well. Hill, will. Hood, would. So that's the first set done. Let's go to the second set. We're going to target the 2 voiced sounds this time, the W and the Y sounds. So listen to each pair and repeat after me. We're, year. What, yacht. Wet, yet. Woe, yo. Well, yell. Woke, yoke. So I hope those exercises have helped you to distinguish between the sounds and to really start to notice how to produce the sound as well. Now let's move on to the last part, the target sounds in use. Have a look at these 3 sentences and repeat them after me. The first one is targeting the unvoiced H sound. Harry and Holly bought a house in Hawaii. Sentence 2 is targeting the voiced W sound. We quietly walked in the wonderful woods. And the last sentence is focusing on the y sound. I'm a student of music at a beautiful and huge university in Europe. So there we go, 3 consonant sounds done. Remember, don't stop there. Grab all the extra resources that I've provided for you in this course. See you in the next lecture. Here are the next 2 consonant sounds we're going to target. G, as in gate, and K, as in Kate. So one of these sounds is voiced and one of them is unvoiced, as we've seen many times before in the previous lectures. The unvoiced sound is K, and the voiced one is G. So K, as in Kate, is unvoiced. G, as in gate, is voiced. Now, how do we produce this sound in English? What part of the mouth do we use? Well, we use the back of our tongue, actually, way back. So what we do is we push the back of our tongue up, we block the air, and then we release. We push the tongue down to produce the sound. Okay? So when you're making these sounds in English, when you're practicing your pronunciation, be aware of the parts of the mouth you're using. This will raise your awareness and help you to master each sound. So when you're producing G and K, feel the part of the mouth you're using. You're using the back of your tongue. Okay? G, as in gate, and K, as in Kate. Okay, they're a very short and forceful sound coming through from the back of your mouth. Now let's go to the target sound practice for the first sound, G. So listen and repeat. Go, girl, bag, bigger, yogurt, Portugal, league, example, grapes. So as you saw, the letter G represents the sound G. But the letter X can also represent G in the word example. So G is actually in the letter X when we produce the sound. Example. Can you hear that? Example. So X in English, the letter X represents 2 sounds. Sometimes it can be a K sound. For example, 6, S-I-X, 6. Can you hear that? But sometimes it can be a G sound, G, example. Okay? So that's a difference in the X letter. It can represent different sounds. Now, let's move on to the K pronunciation practice. So here is the word list. Listen and repeat each one after me. Car, coat, kick, milk, comic, cracker, New York. 6. Chocolate. So did you notice the spelling? Very often C represents the K sound. For example, car, C-A-R, car, K, car. Also another letter combination is C-K. For example, K-I-C-K, kick, K, kick. So this is another letter combination that represents this sound. Finally, as I mentioned earlier, the letter X sometimes contains the K sound. In the example, 6, S-I-X, 6. Can you hear that? K, 6. So that contains the K sound as well. Now let's move on to the minimal pairs list. On the left we have the G words, and on the right we have the K words. So listen to each of the pairs and repeat them after me. Goat, coat. Girl, curl. Gave, cave. Bag, back. League, leak. Log, lock. Now, the last part, let's move on to the target sounds in use in a sentence. So sentence 1, have a look, focus on the highlighted orange parts and repeat after me. Gary gave the girl a gorgeous gold chain. Sentence 2, we're looking at the K sound. Remember, this is the unvoiced sound. Can you take Chris to the school next week? Okay, fantastic. And sentence number 3, a combination of the two sounds. I need cookies, cream, yogurt, grapes, eggs, sugar, and garlic from the supermarket. Thanks. Okay, fantastic. Well done. All the exercises that we're doing during these lectures, you can go back to again and again and again to practice and master each sound. Also, pause the video. When you're repeating after me, you can pause the video and repeat once or twice, as many times as you like, and then hit the play button again so that you can resume the lesson. So see you in the next lecture. As in some. Me. Mile. Muffin. Remember. Woman. Summer. Kingdom. Welcome. Motorbike. As in sun. No. nice, nose, money, many, nanny, London, garden, snow. As in sung, wing, ring, nothing, hang, wrong, singing, angry, English, swimming, rum, run, meet, neat, same, sane, some, sun, simmer, sinner, mine, nine, ran, rang, sun, sung, thin, thing, sin, sing, ban, bang, win, wing. These are the next two consonant sounds we're going to target. B, as in buy, and P, as in pie. So, one is voiced and the other is unvoiced. Remember how to distinguish voiced and unvoiced? Put your hand over your throat and you can feel the vibration. So the first sound, B, B. You can feel the vibration in your throat. The second sound, P, P. No vibration. So the second sound is a very quiet sound. P, P, as in pie. And B, the first sound voiced, B, buy. Now the second thing that I really want you to notice is the force of the sounds. I want you to put your hand over your mouth and feel the air on your hand. Let's try the first sound. B, B, B. You can feel a little burst of air on your hand. Now let's try the second sound. P, P, P. The burst of air is much, much stronger. Even though the sound is quieter, the burst is much stronger. Okay? So this is also a difference between the two. B is less forceful than P, P. Okay? Buy, pie. So p, the second sound, is much more forceful. This is because when we have a voiced sound, for example, b, our voice actually makes a sound. The vibration is quite loud. But when we have a sound like p, there's no vibration. So we have to actually force more air to produce some noise. Otherwise, there would be no noise. So that's why unvoiced sounds are very often more forceful in the air that we push out. So just keep this in mind when you're producing these sounds. P is much more forceful. Let's move on now to the target sound practice for the first sound, the voiced b. Remember, as you can see, my lips are closed and then opened. This is how we make the sound. First, the lips are closed and then we release the air. B, b. Can you see that? Exactly the same with the second sound, except it's unvoiced. P, p, as in pie. So we're building up the air in our mouth and then we're opening the lips to release the sound. This is how you make this sound. So the first target sound practice. Listen and repeat after me. Bus, job, label, double, rabbit, blueberry, bananas, brother, Brazil. Okay, one thing I want you to notice with the b sound. When it's at the beginning of a word, it's usually more forceful. Let me give you an example. Bus, bus. However, when it comes at the end of a word, for example, job, you can hear that it's not as strong, okay? Bus, job. So there is a difference between some sounds when they come at the beginning of a word and at the end of a word, okay? It's the same sound, but there's slightly less force at the end of a word. The same goes for the p sound, which you'll see in just 1 second. So just keep that in mind. Some sounds in English have a slight difference when they're at the beginning to when they're at the end, okay? Now let's move on to the second target sound practice. This is for the unvoiced p sound. Remember, close your lips, build up the air, and open your lips to release the sound. Listen and repeat after me. Push, pen, puppy, help, lamp, pepper, passport, people, Paris. So again, let me just take your attention to the sound when it's at the beginning of a word and at the end of a word. So when it's at the beginning, it's more forceful. Push, push. When it's at the end, it's slightly less forceful. Help, help. Can you feel the difference? You repeat after me. Push, help. A little bit different. Same sound, just slightly less force. Now let's move on to the minimal pairs. This will help you really distinguish the difference between the two consonant sounds, the voiced, and the unvoiced. So on the left we have the B sounds, and on the right the P sounds. So listen to each pair and repeat. Bin, pin. Bear, pear. Blank, plank. Robe, rope. Cab, cap. Beach, peach. Excellent. So I hope now you can feel the difference between the two sounds when they're at the beginning and at the end of a word, and the difference between the two sounds themselves. Now, the last section, the target sounds in use. Let's have a look at the sentences. The first one, we're targeting the B sound, the voiced sound. So again, listen and repeat after me. Billy bought Albert a book about Britain. Sentence 2, we're targeting the unvoiced P sound. Listen and repeat. Philip, please put the potatoes in the pan. And the third sentence, we have a mix of the two target sounds. Brian always plays badminton with Paul. They both hope to become Olympic champions. So there we go, 2 more consonant sounds done. Of course, don't stop here. Move on to the extra resources, the extra video I provide for you with a close-up of my mouth, the PDFs, and most importantly, the MP3s. Grab all of those and start to really master these 2 English sounds. Okay, here are the next pair of consonant sounds we're targeting. J, as in measure, and sh, as in sheep. So we have 2 sounds here. Now, the first sound, j, is not a very common sound in English, but it's good to cover it anyway. J is a voiced sound. So touch your throat again and produce the sound. You can feel the vibration. Notice the shape of the lips. The lips are protruding, okay? Not necessarily rounded, but protruding. Okay? And you're making the vibration with your voice, and you're producing air out of your mouth. The tongue is the tip of the tongue, which means the end of the tongue is slightly up, okay? This is what's producing the sound. So if you try again, notice where your tongue is, notice the shape of your lips as well. Okay, the tip of the tongue should be slightly up. Now the second sound, sh, is exactly the same, except it's unvoiced, okay? We've seen this many times before with other sounds. This is the same. So same shape of the lips, protruding, sh. The tip of the tongue comes up slightly, and you push air out of the mouth. but with the second sound, shh, it's unvoiced, okay? And it's just like saying, shh, be quiet. I don't know if you have this expression in your language, but in English, when we want people to be quiet, we say, shh. It's exactly the same sound, okay? So those are the two sounds. And as I said, the first sound, the voiced sound, is not as common as the second sound, shh. The second sound is much more common. Anyway, nevertheless, let's go to the target sound practice. So look at the words, notice the spelling as always, and repeat each one after me, focusing on the shape of the lips, where the tongue is, and make sure you use your voice for this one. Genre. Unusual. Television. Casual. Asia. Treasure. Decision. Massage. Measure. Okay, that's great. Now, the second sound, remember, is the same, except it's unvoiced. So all the mouth position, the tongue position is exactly the same, except don't use your voice, okay? Shh. Just push the air out of your mouth. Shh. As in sheep. Now let's look at the target sound practice list. Notice the spellings as always. Very often the spelling is SH, but sometimes it's CH, as you can see. So listen and repeat. Ship. Show. Shoes. Finished. Washing. Machine. Wish. English. Champagne. Okay, I hope that's made it clearer for you now. The difference between j and sh. Okay, now the comparison pairs. This time we're not doing minimal pairs. The reason is because, as I mentioned at the start of the lesson, the j sound is not so common. So it's very difficult to find minimal pairs that match with sh. So in this section, we're not doing minimal pairs, we're doing comparison pairs. So this just means the words are not the same, but similar, okay? But we're still contrasting the different sounds, okay? I'm still going to show you the difference between j and sh in a word, okay? So the words have similar sounds, but not the same, like minimal pairs. So it's exactly the same process. On the left we have the j sounds, and on the right we have the sh sounds. So repeat each of the pairs after me and notice the difference between the sounds. Genre. Sherry. Beige. Bash. Casual. Cash. Visual. Fish. Asia. Ash. television, tissue. Okay, so as I said, they're not minimal pairs, but both sets of words contain the target sound. So that's what I want you to focus on. Now, let's move on to the last section of this lecture, the target sounds in use. So the first sentence has some examples of zh. So repeat after me. Let's measure this beige television. Okay, sentence 2, we're focusing on sh. Remember the unvoiced sound. Michelle wants shampoo, sugar, and champagne. Right, and the last one is a mix of the two sounds. Repeat after me. Sharon needs to measure her feet to buy some casual shoes for the show. Right, so there we have it. Those two sounds are done. Well done. If you don't have those particular sounds in your language, keep practicing, keep making the sounds, focus on the shape of your mouth and produce the sound. What's easy is if you have one of these sounds in your language, for example, sh, then simply just keep the same shape and use your voice to produce zh. Okay, this is an easy way to produce some sounds which might not be in your language, but are very similar. So try that and I'll see you in the next video. B, as in buy, bus, job, label, double, rabbit, blueberry, bananas, brother, Brazil. P, as in pie, push, pen, puppy, help, lamp, pepper, passport, people, Paris. Bin, pin, bear, pear, blank, plank, robe, rope, cab, cap, beach, peach, g, as in gate, go, girl, bag, bigger, yogurt, Portugal, league. Example: grapes. K as in Kate. Car, coat. Kick, milk. Comic, cracker. New York. 6. Chocolate. Goat, coat. Girl, curl. Gave, cave. Bag, back. League, leak. Log, lock. J as in measure. Genre, unusual. Television, casual. Asia, treasure. Decision, massage. Measure. Sh as in sheep. Ship, show. Shoes, finished. Washing, machine. Wish, English. Champagne. Genre, sherry. Beige, bash. Casual, cash. Visual, fish. Asia, ash. Television, tissue. As in he. He. How. Hand. Happy. Behind. Horrible. Hotel. Horse. hospital. W, as in we. Win, wine. Water, swim. Sweet, quickly. Quiet, question. Tower. Y, as in yes. Yes. Yellow. Yesterday. University. Student. Tube. Uniform. Europe. New York. Hurry, worry. Hot, what. Hate, wait. Hell, well. Hill, will. Hood, would. We're, year. What, yacht. Wet, yet. Woe, yo. Well, yell. Woke, yoke. Here are the next two consonant sounds we're going to master. D, as in do, and t, as in to. So this pair, like many other consonant sounds we've covered, features one voiced and one unvoiced sound. Which one do you think is the voiced sound? Have a listen. D, t. That's right, it is the first sound. Put your hand over your throat and produce the sound. D, d, as in do. The second sound is unvoiced. T, t. Okay? Now, what part of the mouth do we use? How do we use the tongue to actually produce these sounds? What we do is the tongue is pushed up against the top of the mouth, just behind the teeth, and we block the air. Suddenly then, we pull the tongue down to release the air, and this is what produces the sound. So you have a try. Feel your tongue, okay? Feel where it is in your mouth and notice what you do to produce the sound. D, t, d, as in do, t, as in to. Can you notice the tongue? So it's the same for both sounds, remember? With these pairs, the voiced and unvoiced is the only difference. The shape of the mouth and the position of the tongue is exactly the same. D and T. Okay, that's one big difference between the sounds. The other one is, like I mentioned before, the force of the sounds. So the voiced one, if you can put your hand over your mouth again and feel your breath of air, D, D, D. You can just feel a little bit of air on your hand. But if you try the second sound, T, T, there's much more air. Okay, so the second sound, the unvoiced, is more forceful. That's another difference. Now, let's move on to the first target sound practice word list. For the voiced D sound. This one's quite simple because the symbol on the left is the letter D and the spelling is always D. Sometimes double D, but usually a single D letter. So listen and repeat after me. Day, door, drive, puddle, did, rained, amazed, Thailand, dolphin. Right, so like we covered in a previous lecture, the sounds in English when they come at the beginning of a word are sometimes slightly different to when they're at the end of a word. So the D sound, when it comes at the beginning, it's very forceful. Day, D-A-Y, day. When it's at the end of a word, slightly less forceful. For example, rained. R-A-I-N-E-D, rained. So we don't push out as much force as when it's at the beginning of a word. You see? So the end is slightly less forceful. Let's move on to the second target sound practice list. This is for the unvoiced sound T. So again, the symbol is simply the T and the spelling is always T. Again, sometimes double T, but usually just T. So listen and repeat. Tie, toe, toast, taste, letter, water, heart, minute, tomato. Okay, something I want to highlight about the T sound is that in British English, the T sound is usually pronounced quite strongly in every single position. However, in American English, the T sound, especially when it comes in the middle of a word, when there are some vowels either side of it, they change the T sound to a D sound. Let me give you an example. So in British English, we say water, W-A-T-E-R. For example, a glass of water. So the T sound is very clear and distinct. In American English, however, very often the T sound in water becomes a D sound, like a D. It becomes water, water, a glass of water. Can you see the difference? So this is a feature of British English. The T sound is always very, very clearly pronounced. Water, or for example, letter, L-E-T-T-E-R. In American English, this would be letter, letter. In British English, the T is clearly pronounced. Letter, letter. So this is one big difference between British and American English. Now let's move on to the minimal pairs list. Very, very important. On the left we have the D voiced sound, and on the right the T unvoiced sound. So listen and repeat after me. Do, toe. Bad, bat. Send, scent. Dry, try. Ride, write. Dears, tears. Right, I hope the difference between the two sounds is very clear now. I hope you can really start to produce them nicely. Remember, the T, the unvoiced sound in British English, is always very distinct. It's very clearly pronounced. So just keep this in mind when you're uttering the T sound. Now let's move on to the target sounds in use. The first sentence is targeting the D sound. Let's have a look. Repeat after me. David had a bad dream about a dragon. And sentence 2 is targeting the T sound. Tony turned on the TV to watch tennis. Okay, and sentence number 3 is a mix of the two. Don't drive too fast because it's dangerous. You might have an accident. So there we have it, the D and the T sounds. Download all the extra resources that I provided for you so that you can master these two sounds. See you in the next lecture. These are the next two consonant sounds that we will target. F, as in thin, and V, as in then. So I saved the best two sounds until last. These are perhaps the most challenging consonant sounds in English because they're very different from sounds of other languages. The reason is that we use a different part of our mouth to produce the sound, and the shape and the form of the tongue is quite unusual. So, first of all, which sound is voiced and which one is unvoiced? Have a listen. F, as in thin, and V, as in then. The first one is unvoiced. Put your hand over your throat. F, f, and the second one is voiced. V. Okay. Now, how do we make these sounds in English? What we do is we put the tongue against our top teeth, like this. And then we push the air through the gap between the teeth and the tongue. And this produces air and produces the sound that we want. As in thin, and as in then. The reason so many people struggle with this sound is that usually in some languages anyway, all the sounds are made within the mouth. But this one is a bit unusual because we have to actually put our tongue outside our mouth. So it feels a bit strange and unusual. But you have to practice and you will become perfect. So let's look at the first target sound practice list. So notice the symbol on the left. This is the symbol for the unvoiced sound. And also notice the spelling. It's always TH. So that makes it quite easy in a sense. So listen to the words and repeat after me. Remember, this is the unvoiced sound. Thick. 3. Think. Author. Something. Month. South. Thursday. Maths. Okay, don't worry if it feels a bit strange putting your tongue out of your mouth. Just keep practicing and it will become more natural. So that was the unvoiced sound. Now let's move on to the voiced sound. So have a look at this word list. Remember to use your voice when you produce these sounds. Notice again the symbol on the left. This represents the voiced TH sound. And the spelling, like before, is always TH. So listen and repeat. They. Their. Mother. Brother. Weather. Other. Together. These. Feather. So I hope those exercises have helped you to produce the sounds more clearly. Now let's move on to the next part, the comparison pairs. On the left, we have words containing the unvoiced sound, and on the right, we have words containing the voiced sound. So these are not minimal pairs because actually there are very, very few minimal pairs for these two sounds. These are comparison pairs. So the words are not the same but similar, but importantly they contain the target sounds. So have a listen to each pair and repeat after me, focusing on the target sounds. Thin, this. Throw, though. Breath, breathe. Cloths, clothes. Thank, than. 3, there. So there you go. Remember to go back and keep practicing using the exercises in these lectures. Now let's move on to the final part, the target sounds in use. Let's look at the first sentence, which is targeting the unvoiced th sound. Remember to use your tongue against the top teeth and push the air through. Listen and repeat. Three thoughtful authors thanked Catherine. And sentence 2 is targeting the voiced sound. The. Listen and repeat. These clothes are bigger than those clothes. Okay, and the third sentence is targeting both sounds. Listen and repeat. There's a feather on this leather jacket, and I think there's something on your mouth. So there we have it, the final two consonant sounds done. Remember to download the extra resources, the PDFs, the MP3s, and very importantly for this particular lecture, look at the extra video so that you can see a close-up of my mouth producing the sounds and you can mimic how I do it. So grab those and I'll see you in the next lecture. D, as in do. Day, door, drive, puddle, did, rained, amazed, Thailand, dolphin, t, as in to, tie, toe, toast, taste, letter, water, heart, minute, tomato, dough, toe, bad, bat, send, scent, dry, try, ride, right, dears, tears, as in thin, thick, three, think, author, something, month, south, Thursday, maths, as in then, they, their, mother, brother, weather, other, together, these, feather, thin, this, throw, though, breath, breathe, cloths, clothes, thank, than, three, there, l, as in low, lie, long, silent, slow, collect, calendar, Brazil, beautiful, gentleman, r, as in row, rain, right, road, fry, grass, pretty, Europe, restaurant, Australia, long, wrong, play, pray, lay, ray, fly, fry, glow, grow, pilot, pirate. Okay, welcome to the next consonant sounds lecture. Now, this lecture is focusing on 3 sounds because they're so similar. The first one is as in some. The second sound, as in sun. And the third one, as in sung. So, as I said, there are 3 sounds we're focusing on in this lecture because they're quite similar and it's easier to cover them at the same time and to compare them as well. So, the first sound, as in some. Notice the shape of the lips. The lips are closed and the air is coming through the nose this time. So this is quite a unique sound. The sound actually comes out of the nose. Can you hear that? And it's voiced. Okay, it's a voiced sound. You can touch your throat and test. It's a voiced sound. Some. Okay. The second sound, the sound, is very, very similar because the air is also coming out of the nose. But this time we're not using our lips to block the air from our mouth. We're using our tongue inside the mouth. The lips are open, but the tongue is blocking all the air from coming out of the mouth. So the air comes through the nose instead. As in sun. Sun. Okay, this is also voiced just like the first sound. You can feel your throat again. Sun. Okay, so the first two sounds are very, very similar in that sense. Now the third one, sung, sung, is also producing air through the nose. It's a voice sound. You can feel your throat again. So what is the difference? The difference is we are blocking the air through our mouth just like the first two, but we're using the back of our tongue, okay? The back of our tongue raises up and blocks the air. Sung. The mouth is also very slightly open, okay? The mouth is not closed, it's open. Sung. Okay? So that's the difference between the three sounds. They're very similar, but there's subtle differences in the shape of the mouth, whether it's open and closed, and the position of the tongue. So they're all producing air through the nose rather than the mouth, but the position of the tongue and the mouth is different for each one. Okay, let's look at the first sounds target practice word list. So the first sound is Remember, lips closed and produce air through the nose. Listen and repeat after me. Me, mile, muffin, remember, woman, summer, kingdom, welcome, motorbike. So that was sound number 1. 2 more to go. Now the second sound, remember? Remember how to produce it? As in sun. So the mouth is open and the tongue is blocking the air coming through the mouth. The tongue is towards the front of the mouth, okay? Sun. This is how we produce the sound. So let's go through the target sound practice words. Repeat after me. No, nice, nose, money, many, nanny, London, garden, snow. Now, let's move on to the third sound. This sound, remember? Very similar to the second sound because we're using our tongue, but this time we're using the back of our tongue. The back of the tongue comes up, blocks the air, and the air comes through the nose. As in sung. Okay? So focus on your tongue and your mouth. Remember, your mouth is open as well. Just slightly open. So listen and repeat after me once again. Wing, ring, nothing, hang, wrong, singing, angry, English, swimming. If this is a bit challenging and they sound so similar, don't worry, you can go back and practice the words again. But the next part may well clear up any confusion for you. We're going to look at the minimal pairs. This time we're going to do 2 sets of minimal pairs. So the first set, we're going to compare the sounds and So listen to each pair and repeat after me. Rum, run. Meet, neat. Same, sane. Some, sun. Simmer, sinner. Mine, nine. Now, we're going to move on to the second set of minimal pairs. This time, we're going to compare and Okay, remember the difference? Use your tongue towards the front of your mouth, and use the back of your tongue to block the air. Okay? So listen to each pair and repeat after me once more. Ran, rang. Sun, sung. Thin, thing. Sin, sing. Ban, bang. Win, wing. Okay, I hope that's cleared up any confusion or doubt about these sounds. Now, let's move on to the target sounds in use. So let's look at sentence 1, focusing on the sound. Many instances of in this sentence. So listen, focus on the shape of your mouth, and repeat after me. My mum makes amazingly yummy muffins. Okay, sentence 2. We're looking at the sound. Remember, use your tongue to block the air and leave your mouth slightly open. I often enjoy a nice nap in the afternoon. Okay, sentence 3, we're focusing on the third sound, This time use the back of your tongue to block the air and leave your mouth slightly open. An angry man called Mr. Lang banged on the door this morning, shouting angrily. Okay, well done. We did 3 sounds in this lecture, so fantastic. Don't worry if it's a bit too much. Slow down, take your time, go back and review the exercises we did in this class, and also don't forget to download the extra resources. These are the next 2 consonant sounds. F as in fan, and v, as in van. So again, these two sounds have similarities but also differences, of course. Now, what are the similarities? Well, they both use the same part of the mouth to produce the sound. The difference is that one is voiced, the other is unvoiced. Which one do you think is voiced and which one is unvoiced? Remember the test? Put your hand over your throat and produce the sound. If there's a vibration, it means it's voiced. It means you use your vocal cords to produce the sound. If it's unvoiced, it just means you're using just air from your mouth to produce the sound. So let's try. As in fan. So as you can see, the F sound is unvoiced because there's no vibration when you produce the F sound. Let's try the V sound. There, you can see and feel the vibration now. This means it's voiced. So F is unvoiced, V is voiced. They both use the same part of the mouth, however. Maybe you noticed the shape of my mouth. Have a look again as I produce the sound. Fan, fan, van. So they both use the bottom lip and the top teeth. So the bottom lip goes against the top teeth and you push air out of your mouth. This is how the sound is produced. Fan, fan, van, van. Okay, so you should practice that. If you don't have these sounds in your native language, it's good to remember the placement of the lips. Very, very important. Now let's go to the first target sound practice, which is for F, the F sound. Remember, this is unvoiced. Don't use your vocal cords when you produce this sound. Just push air out of your mouth. The bottom lips go onto the top teeth and you push air. So let's have a look. So listen and repeat after me. Few, for, laugh, 50, comfortable, helpful, photograph, Finland, flowers. Very good. So, as you saw from the spelling, usually the spelling for this sound is simply F. Sometimes, or actually in many cases, it's the PH spelling which produces the F sound. So be careful of that. Many foreign speakers very often produce the P sound when they see PH, as in photograph. But PH in English is pronounced F, photograph. Okay? So this is a very important point to remember. Sometimes the F sound is produced when there's a GH spelling. For example, laugh or cough. Cough is spelt COUGH. So sometimes, not always, sometimes the GH spelling is pronounced with an F sound. Okay? So keep that in mind. Let's move on to the second target sound practice for the second sound, the V sound. V, as in van. So remember, this is voiced, so you're using your vocal cords to produce the sound, as well as pushing air out of your mouth through your teeth and bottom lip. Top teeth, bottom lip. V, V, V. So let's look at this list. Listen and repeat after me. Very, vote, save, have, leave, lovely, village, Venice, violin. Okay, excellent, well done. Now I'd like to point something out about the V sound, V. When it's at the beginning of a word, it's much stronger than when it's at the end of a word. So let me give you an example. The word very. V is at the beginning, so the sound is strong. When the V sound is at the end of a word, for example, save, the sound is not as forceful, not as strong. It's the same sound, but we don't produce as much force. Save, save, very. Can you hear the difference? So just keep that in mind. Some sounds in English, when they're at the beginning of a word and at the end of a word, are slightly different. So they're the same sound, but the force we use is a bit different. Okay, so just keep that in mind and be aware of it. Very good. Now, let's look at the minimal pairs lists. These two sounds, as you can see, F and V, the F, F is on the left and the V, V is on the right. So listen to each of the pairs and repeat after me. Few, view. Safe, save. Fine, vine. Fast, vast. Very, very. Fan, van. Well done. Now I hope that's opened your eyes to the difference between the two sounds. Now let's go to the target sounds in use. Let's look at them and listen to them and produce them in a sentence. So the first sentence, we're focusing on the F sound, the unvoiced F sound. So listen and repeat. Fred found $450. Sentence 2, the V sound, the voiced sound. I've never visited Venice, but I will very soon. And the final sentence with a mix of the two sounds. Vicky, the flowers in your front garden are lovely. I love the vivid colors and the fine view. Okay, well done. Remember to slow down, don't rush through these lectures. Focus on two sounds at a time, okay? Don't rush. It's better to master 2 or 3 or 4 sounds maximum at a time and then move on, okay? And don't think that you're going to reach 100% in one go. This is a process. Don't rush and think you have to get every word perfect every time you speak. This is a process of raising your awareness of pronunciation. This is a gradual, step-by-step process, and with awareness and with study, you will improve over time massively. So just take your time, don't get impatient and rush ahead. See you in the next video. Congratulations and well done on completing this course. Should you stop there and think, hey, now I'm perfect? Of course not. No matter how good we get, we can always improve a bit more, right? And that's what I want you to do. Don't stop there. Keep improving and keep trying to get closer and closer to native-like pronunciation. So what do I want you to do now? The first thing I'd like you to do is simply start noticing. What do I mean by this? Well, when you listen to native English speakers, your friends, when you're listening to music, when you're watching movies, start to notice the sounds that the native speaker is using. Start to think about the sounds we studied in this course and how the native speaker is using them naturally. Okay, that's the first thing that I'd like you to do. Secondly, and very importantly, is continue listening to the MP3s that I provided for you. Now, why is this? Well, when you listen to the MP3s again and again and again, your brain will start to absorb these new sounds, the sound structures, how to make the sounds. So this is very, very good for listening, but it's very, very good as well for your pronunciation because your brain knows the sound, and that's going to help you produce the sound even more accurately. So keep listening to the MP3s as much as you can. Thank you again for taking this course. Congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck in your future English studies.